Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton webcasting show pig shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk the pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning and welcome to Oklahoma City. We're excited to get started here in Arena 1 and 2. Welcoming with me this morning, we have our official announcer of the Hereford Show, Mr. Garrett Reed. In the Angus ring, we're going to welcome in your first
Hereford ring. We're going to get things started this morning with Class 25, your Polled Spring heifer calves.
it's a great day here to be in Oklahoma City and judge the National Hereford Heifer Show. But good class here to start off with our polled main heifers. And, as we look at these, we, would probably like to change structure on really almost all of them. They're certainly not major, huge problems, but there are things we would change if we could. With that being said, this heifer we used to win is really big bodied. There's a lot to her. You really like her stopped. Now she gets a little short strided, and she is plenty far along for us. I think I like the future in terms of type of the two heifers that come next. There's more go to them as we think about them long term and down the line. But again, those two are ones that for us structurally need to be changed a little bit. So. With that being said, we land on this young man's heifer. We love her body. We love her dimension. She's going to be moderate, even though she's done really, really well at this stage of her life. But we would maybe change her just a little bit structurally if we could off of both ends, particularly set her square on her rear 2 feet. Very attractive heifer here that comes next. Really big bodied like the heifer that is right above her. She's flatter. She doesn't have the width or the stifle or the muscle that the heifer above her does. And again, one we'd change just a little bit. She, again, a little shorter strided. Heifer in third is very attractive, fresh. I love that about her. We really appreciated that about her. She's got enough to her. She's not as massive as some other heifers in here, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have enough to her. The hang up for us is she really gets to not handle in those rear pasterns today quite as well as we'd like her to. And that's maybe just her being the first time to town and stuff too. But right now for us, she just if she could just handle those rear two a little better, particularly in her pasterns, she'd sure have a chance to move up because we love the future in their type. Plainer heifer here that comes next. We debated. She fits the body type of the heifer that wins the class really, really well. Just a little concerning to me from being a little frailer bone and a little plainer fronted as we think about her in the future. A couple nice heifers here come next. Just not quite enough to those heifers, but still very, very competitive. Those are heifers that are going to do very well for those young people. Got a good future ahead of them.
And back over in ring one, your results from class 25, Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5498, VH561C Nelly, H5610 NET, exhibited by Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. Second place, entry 5491, TR 8680 Poker Face, 5153 NET, exhibited by TR Cattle Company of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Third place, and congratulations, went to Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Fourth place went to Olivia MacArthur of Pittsford, Michigan. Fifth place, and congratulations to Brooke and Elena All of Auburndale, Wisconsin. And sixth place, and congratulations to Holden Roeder of Seguin, Texas. Up next, be looking for Class 26 Polled Spring Heifer Calves.
Well, nice class here, nice big class of April polled heifers, and a good place to start. Obviously this heifer's just a really, really powerful female. There's a ton here, and her genomics and her data kind of matches her. She's a little higher birth, a little higher performance, and she's probably kind of getting to be a little much maybe for us as an April heifer, but there's just so much quality there as we compare her to the rest of this class. She's stout, she's deep, she's bold everywhere. Again, if we're going to nitpick a really nice one, maybe we change her structure slightly, but that's a good heifer that kind of overpowers this particular grouping. Interesting pair of heifers here that come in 2 and 3. They're not the biggest, they're the stoutest. They're the ones that jump out at you, and they don't have that advantage over the heifer that's in 4th. But we really like their type. We like their kind. They've got a little more maternal look for us. They're fresher. We love that about their appearance. I think between the two, we opted for the dark red heifer. Really like her structure. She has that advantage over the class winner. She's just a nickel more attractive and just a touch nicer balance than the heifer that comes 3rd. She's just a little neater fronted, just a little more attractive. Again, a very practical heifer here in 3rd. She's got ribs, she's got body. I think she's got a touch more to her than the heifer that's above her, just not quite as much look as the heifer that does. But 2 heifers we really, really like that come in 2nd and 3rd. Very nice heifer here in 4th as well. Very attractive. Stopped, you really like her from the side. A tremendous look. Just really good in that regard. Wants to get her tail head up a little bit as she goes. She just, and maybe again, this is a function of being a heifer calf that's not, fully broke, but she's just not getting out and going quite as well as we'd like to see here, and especially as we compare her to those 2 right above her. 3 nice heifers that come next, heifers that just either don't have quite enough to them or quite enough look to compete within this particular grouping, but heifers that are good, certainly, and heifers that'll do really, really nice things for these young people.
Congratulations over in the Angus ring. Results out of Class 2H. Sandy 98 and exhibited by Ann Dan.
The March polled heifers, and a lot of heifers, a lot to like in a lot of these heifers, and there's little things we change, of course, about them, but a really nice set of females. The heifer that wins, I think, She's a little farther along than we would need her to be from a condition standpoint. We feel good about her frame size going forward. I think she's going to be pretty middle of the road there, but we really like her at the ground. I think we get her out here in this group, and she's has a lot to her, obviously, and the condition helps with that in terms of her body, but she has plenty of shape and width as well. But she can get out and go pretty well. She has as much comfort in her rear pasterns as any, and does it with a really good look as well. Paper, she's got a little bit of birth, but charts really well on CHB and pretty good on her growth, and so that's a nice place to start. A heifer that combines a lot of good things for us, even though we'd like to freshen her up just a touch if we could. Appreciate the condition in the heifer that's in second a little better. Really like that about her. Heifer that is very sound as well, but doesn't have that coordination and that presence maybe on the move as much if we're going to nitpick these heifers really, really well. Again, she's one that's very nice on paper in a lot of ways. She's a little lower birth and spreads good, and like that about her. Love the freckles on her face just from a cosmetic standpoint, but she wants to get just a little choppier in her top line and just doesn't handle herself with as much balance on the move rather than just strictly a structural problem. But that's a Cowie female, good numbers, a ton of future. There's a lot that can be done with that heifer. Heifer here that comes in third that we really, really liked and stopped. We like this heifer's body. She's huge ribbed. She's has some condition, but is okay there. She's got enough hip and dimension. A heifer that has a tremendous look from the side. She wants to get a little tighter in her spine, I think, as she goes. And again, this is nitpicking a nice one. She sets down on the outer side of her feet just a little bit. She gets her tail raised up just a touch as she gets out on the move. Just gets a little tighter in terms of her skeletal structure for us, but tremendous look and tremendous body from the side. Interesting heifer here that comes in fourth. Very honest in terms of her condition. She's very fresh. We like that about her a lot. With that, she's not quite, she wants to get a little piecier the longer she's out here. We have a little concern the way she handles her shoulder there. Would like to see her get out and go a little bit better that way. And with the less condition that some of those heifers, she doesn't have maybe quite as much balance or quite as much room for error in that regard. So just like a little more forerib in her, like to have her hooked up better in that junction of her shoulder and forerib. But that's a good heifer. It's a tough class. Nice heifer here in fifth as well. Again, heifer that's got a ton to her. She's wide made. She's bold ribbed. She's a heifer that just gets really choppy on the move for us. She hits pretty hard off of both those hind two, hocks in a little bit as we go. Heifer here that's flatter but high performance. A heifer that comes with a little less yearling weight here on paper. Heifer that's a little less shape to her in terms of body and muscle. Heifer not quite as much structure as we'd like to see there to finish out.
Over in the Hereford ring, your results out of Class 27, Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5529, Ella Jungle Fox 5018 ET, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Second place, entry 5762, KJ TWJ K68 Share 934 ET, exhibited by Mila Perez of Canyon, Texas. Third place goes to entry 5537 with Paisley Van Horn of Morgantown, Indiana. Fourth place, and congratulations to entry 5527, Bailey Beck of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to back number 5530, exhibited by Josie and J.C. Belts of Canton, Kansas. Sixth place, entry 5543 with Lily Miles of Morgantown, Indiana. Seventh place, and congratulations, goes to entry 5541, Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. And eighth place, back number 5534, goes to Bacon Herefords of Siloam Springs, Arkansas. Up next, we've got Class 28 Polled Spring Heifer Calves entering the ring. you that are just now joining us, we'd like to welcome and introduce to you our two judges sorting your Herefords today, Mr. Shane Work and Nate Fredrickson. Shane Work recently returned to west central Minnesota, where he grew up and continues a lifelong involvement in the Hereford breed. His family's history in the Hereford breed dates back to the late 1940s, when his grandfather established his operation. Work served as chairman of the National Junior Hereford Association in 2003 and was a member of highly successful livestock judging teams at Butler Community College and Kansas State University. During his collegiate judging career, he earned high individual honors in cattle at the American Royal and was a part of the reserve national champion judging team for Kansas State University in 2003. Professionally, Work previously worked at McCurry Angus Ranch and also served as manager of the purebred beef unit at Kansas State University. He currently serves as the Central Beef Sales Regional Manager for ST Genetics. He and his wife Ashley are the parents of 3 children, Nora, Brooks, and Ivy. Mr. Nate Fredrickson is from Spearfish, South Dakota, and is the co-owner and operator of Fredrickson Ranch in the northern Black Hills of South Dakota. Nate, along with his wife Jana and 2 sons, Tegan and Tiernan, and his parents, Mark and Mary Kay, run 450 to 500 head of registered Hereford, Angus, and commercial cows, which are used in their ET program. Prior to ranching full-time, Nate spent 14 years in the animal health industry, working with veterinarians, distribution companies, feedlots, and cow-calf operations. Please give these two judges a big welcome and thank them for being here with us this morning at the Cattleman's Congress.
class here of March heifer polled heifer calves. Big class. Fun group to sort through. Differences certainly, but a really good group of females. And with that being said, I think as we get out here, there's two that really surface up for us with a little more clear delineation, and the two heifers are very, very good, and they're close in our mind. Heifer we ended up using, the darker red heifer, again, she's got just a touch more condition than we would like at this stage of the game, ideally, but the thing about this heifer for us is that she handles it very well, because as we got to studying these two here at the end and looking at them and talking about them, for us, she's a heifer that's probably just a little neater in her front 1/3 and a little neater in her chest, yet has a little more condition, and so that's obviously a combination that's hard to make, and clearly she's so big-bodied and so soft-made. She's going to be moderate in her size. I think she's going to be the more moderate, mature cow, and a heifer that probably is going to always be a little softer, even though, the fresher heifer is in second. She's bolder in her rib. She's has more forerib. There's more flank, and a heifer that, has plenty of stifle and muscle as well, and just combines all those things in a really good structural package. If we're going to nitpick both of these heifers, we can just a touch structurally, but big picture, they're good. This heifer does set on the outside of her toes just a little bit on her back legs. I like to change that a little, but that's nitpicking a really, really nice one. Really nice heifer in second as well. Very attractive. Lots of muscle shape in this heifer. She has a bold rib shape to her. There's not as much forerib and flank in the heifer that's above her. She wants to get just slightly shorter strided. If we're going to, again, nitpick a really good one in terms of structure, rises up in her tail head slightly, but powerful heifer here, and a big quality advantage, I think, over the next ones that come next. So really good pair of heifers there in our mind. Heifers that come in third and fourth, we're close decision. They're a little different type of heifers. Heifer that's going to be third is really, really powerful. Standing, you like her in terms of just shape and dimension, both rib cage and muscle. She doesn't get out and go quite as well as we'd like her to. There's a distinct disadvantage for her compared to those two above her. We'd like to just get her out of her hind hip and hind leg a little better if we could. But as we compare to the heifer that's below her, there's just more to this female. The heifer that's fourth is a little sounder, the darker heifer. She's got a little hole on paper in terms of being pretty bad negative CED and below breed average growth, but a nice female. She's sounder than the heifer that's above her. There's just not as much to her. Heifer that comes fifth is a heifer that's very, very attractive. From strictly a show standpoint, there's probably some future in her type. We just need to change her structurally, give her just a little more cow potential as well. Very, very attractive heifer here that comes next in sixth. She's a interesting female. I think, again, from a show standpoint, there's a lot of future in this heifer. She's very attractive fronted and long necked. She's structure's pretty good. There just needs to be a little more cow for us as we get her right behind her shoulders. Just be just a little more doability for maybe what we're looking for. But that's a heifer with a lot of future. Young man's probably got a pretty fun project there, even though she's not exactly maybe the type that we're looking for here today. A couple heifers come next, have a lot to them, just get a little plainer. Another good set of heifers here that come next. Again, structure and a heifer that's coming out right now as holds her back a little. And again, a couple plainer heifers there at the end, even though they have some practicality to them. Nice set of females here, good class.
the Hereford ring, your results from Class 28 Polled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place goes to back number 5557, Ella Zara 509, bred and owned by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Second place, congratulations, back number 5551, KJ TWJ 907E Chardonnay 912 NET, exhibited by McKenna and Tessa Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Third place, and congratulations to entry 5562, exhibited by Ryan and Hannah Olson of Arkdale, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry 5561, exhibited by Hayes and Kendall Devine of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 5550 with Collier Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Sixth place, entry 5555 with Owen Green of DeWitt, Michigan. Seventh place, and congratulations, back number 5549, Kendall and Kylie Sadler of Tryon, Oklahoma. Eighth place, back number 5559, Red Barn Herefords of Mart, Texas. Ninth goes to entry 5552, Delaney Chester of Oregon, Ohio. 10th place, 5554 with Paisley Miller of Belleville, Texas. 11th place goes to entry 5553, Addison and Jalen Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. And 12th place, back number 5560, exhibited by Clayton Haynes of Ada, Oklahoma. At this time, we will select your champion and reserve Polled Spring Heifer Calf.
We'll get over here. Pole division here, and just what you'd expect here at the National Hereford Show. These are very, very high quality females. There's 8 heifers out here we like really well that are tremendous, I think, to put it simply. And that wins the first class is right there, stopped. You love her. She gives you an extremely good look from the side. She's stout. She's very attractive. You know, for as much condition as she has, maybe she could use a touch more forerib and just shape to her rib cage. She has that depth, but perhaps we change her that way. But the thing that, you know, as we get her back out here and compare to these other class winners, you know, she just doesn't want to get out and go quite as well. But she's a really nice female that has an amazing look from the side and certainly, you know, competitive out here. Heifer that wins the next class, the second class here, very stout, very high performance, just a real powerhouse female. As we get her out here and as she goes, you know, maybe she wants to set on the outside of her 2 back feet just a touch. She's just not quite as coordinated there in some ways. Maybe we'd change her head a little bit for Nate and I personally anyways. I mean, that's a nitpicky thing. But as far as a heifer that is very stout, very powerful, tremendous in a lot of ways, she is that. A very high quality heifer that's absolutely in contention. In our minds, it's just a matter of if she's exactly the kind of heifers that we are kind, I guess, to put it simply. You know, maybe she's not quite as a lower maintenance, moderate framed female, but she's absolutely high enough quality. It's just kind of a matter of whether she would be our kind today as we get out here with other really good heifers. Heifer that wins the third class is moderate. She's deep. She's got that low maintenance look. She's probably farther along in condition than we like, but she also has that ability, and of course that's you know, we'll probably make that comment here in the big heifers, but you know, it's a double-edged sword. You know, we personally want to find cattle that are low maintenance and easy fleshing, but we also don't want them to be too fat and detrimental and go along later in their life. So that heifer's kind of in that range. I think as we get her out here, we love her from the side. Again, we love her soft, feminine female look. She's not quite as much shape there. She's not as genuine in her shape for us. And so we'd like to maybe improve her that way a little bit compared to these other really good ones. But as far as kind, we really like that female. And again, gets out and fills her tracks really well at the ground also. Heifer that wins the final class is, again, you know, there's a tick more condition here, but she also has that lower maintenance, easier flesh and look. She's going to be, you know, pretty moderate and disciplined in her frame size. She's a heifer that has a little more muscle, I think, as we compare her to the other that's in front of her. She's not as big boned and powerful as, say, the second class winner, but there's still plenty of muscle in that heifer, plenty of hip as well. Cosmetics are nice. These are heifers that all do a lot of good things, actually, on paper, and we love that about these 4 heifers. You know, the first couple class winners are kind of like they are in their type. They're high performance, they're high carcass weight, they're good CHB as a result. This heifer is perhaps a little more balanced on paper in a lot of ways, a little more marbling on her as well. So just 4 really, really nice females that give you good options. We like all 4 of these, and I think the one that suits us the best is the final class winner.
And congratulations, your pole champion spring heifer calf goes to entry 5557, Elazara 509, bred and owned by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Congratulations. Your polled reserve champion spring heifer calf goes to entry 5551, McKenna and Tessa Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin.
Males to start off for horn show, and really nice effort to start. Clear advantage in terms of just substance dimension. She's kind of fighting it a little bit, but she'll get through the first time here and do better. And just a high quality female has a big advantage in substance and quality out here. Good pair here in second and third. Nice females. I think they have some practicality in terms of structure. There's just a nickel more look in her front end, in her lines, and a little more quality to the young lady's heifer here that's in second, and probably just a little more to her as well. Heifer that comes next, we love how practical she is in terms of structure. Just needs to have just a little more quality and a little more to her, but she's also very, very young here, just a late June, so she's got a lot of future in front of her.
Back over in the Hereford ring, your results out of Class 29, Horn Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations, first place went to entry 5754, TRF3 Adora 5150 NET, exhibited by Harper Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Second place, entry 5749, MCDF Destiny 58 NET, exhibited by Gracie Gist of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. And third place, back number 5747, exhibited by Timber Hula of Creston, Nebraska. At this time, we have Class 30 Horn Spring Heifer Calves entering the ring.
Well, we got another nice class, 4 very nice females and competitive in our minds from top to bottom on these horned heifers here, some Aprils. But I think the 2, as we study them structurally, kind of sort up for us. The heifer that's the white-legged female in front there, I think as we get them out and compare these 2, there's just, just more heifer. There's more length. There's more body depth. There's more substance to this female, yet she still has a pretty youthful look. A heifer that is just a pretty nice female that, again, of the 2 sounder ones, I think just has more there to her, more female, more performance. So good heifer there to win the class. Maybe we'd put a little more red down on her front leg, but that can be obviously worked around with time, so that's, no concern, just more of a commentary. Heifer that's in second, I think as we compare to the 2 that are below her, she does get out and go off of both ends better. She's a heifer, again, that's really good shaped in terms of her rib. She's more moderate. She's not going to be the biggest female, but that's okay for us. There's heifers that have more length that come behind her, but I think she's adequate in that regard. She's just sounder at the ground and has more body and has plenty of body. I think as compared to this third one, there's more rib shape to her. Heifer that comes in third, stopped, you really like her. You like her feminine maternal head. You like her correctness of lines. She just doesn't get out and go off of her hind 2 well enough for us. And if she could, then we're in a different discussion. But she's real tentative in the way she sets in her rear pasterns. She doesn't set with enough authority there on her right at the ground on her rear 2. Heifer that's in fourth, a little more white on her, very attractive female, again, but a heifer that just wants to, just really short-strided for us and just doesn't get out and go in terms of movement. If we loosen her up in her shoulder, she's a high-quality female, it's just not sound enough for us.
On the Hereford ring, your results out of Class 30, Horn Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place went to back number 5757, TRLF 6624 Celeste, 5100 NET. Bred Dome by TR Cattle Company of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 5755, TR 8424 Miss Merlot, 5120 NET, exhibited by TR Putz of Otley, Iowa. Third place goes to back number 5759, exhibited by Mason and Holden Roeder of Seguin, Texas. And fourth place goes to entry 5756, exhibited by McKenna and Morgan Rogers of Solon, Iowa. At this time, we have Class 31 Horn Spring Heifer Calves entering the ring.
If this class over here on the Hereford side doesn't get your blood pumping, you probably should have not came today. This is as good a class as we've had, maybe in the whole show. I mean, if you just look top to bottom, if you look at these top four, there's quality throughout. They're just outstanding, and they're not all the same, and that's okay. There are differences, but they're all high quality. All these females in this class are high quality, and particularly these top four are outstanding. They're the top. These top four especially are the kind that are going to go any show, anywhere, any place in America, any place in the world, and are going to be a force to be reckoned with. And they could be jumbled, and they could be placed differently, and depending on where you want to land your priorities. And there's no problem with that at all. We see the good in all these heifers. We see the differences, and it was an extremely challenging class for us, but a very, very fun one. And we understand we have to move with some expediency today. We got a lot of cattle to move through, but a class of this quality warrants deep discussion and consideration in our minds because these heifers are that good. The heifer we land on to win, for us, just suits us in a lot of ways. The harder we study them, the more we look at them from every kind of aspect, whether that's physically, obviously that she's very, very good on paper, and we do love that about her, and that's part of why she's there, but the part of why she's there is just her physical presence as a cow. She's so bold-ribbed, she's so practical, she's so good in her structure, that she's just so useful in a lot of ways. And I think as we come down to thinking about, honestly, what ones would we want as a cow later in life, this heifer can do so many things from somebody like our perspective that it's hard to turn her back as the more we study her. Is she as good looking as some that are behind her? No, she isn't. Is she plain? Absolutely not, at least not in my mind or our minds. She's a heifer that balances up very, very well. She's a heifer that's just so practical and does so many good things right from a broad spectrum that's where we land today in a really, really tough class. It's super high quality female here that's in second. As presented as well as you can present one, as attractive and striking as you can be from the side. She's good structured. She's huge bodied. She's bold ribbed. The one thing for us is we really nitpick these very good heifers and we study her. She has some width of skeleton and there's some width to this female. We just wonder, especially me, does she have quite enough muscle shape in that rear stifle and that rear quarter? Is she genuine enough shaped for us? And she is in a big picture scale, but as we study her in comparison, that's the one little thing we would nitpick and change about her. A heifer that's really, really nice here in third. So attractive and feminine and female in her appearance. You love her rib shape. Actually, she's in first blush, she's a little frailer and a little less to her than some of those heifers on either side of her. But if you, again, study her true muscle shape, she's really, really good in that regard. She's just a touch lighter boned, which is okay. But for us, the reason she ends up in third is she just doesn't get out and go off those back two quite well enough. We like to square her up on her rear feet. We'd like to loosen her up on her on the way she goes off her rear too. Ultra stout, powerful female here that's in fourth. Again, very highly presented. She's so bold shaped in terms of her rib cage, in terms of her muscle. Again, as you get her going, she doesn't handle those hind legs quite as well as the first two in the class for us. She does get just a slight bit round in the rear third of her body. And again, that ends her up in fourth in a tremendous class there, but a very, very good female. Nice heifer here that comes next, a young man, kind of slides into fifth from a logical standpoint. Not as sound as some, but a nice female. You like her body, you like her softness. Heifer that comes next is really, really high quality, but gets really too straight-shouldered for us today and slides down there. Plainer heifer here next. Young lady's got a good heifer here that comes, that she peels around, that's very high presented, but again, tough class, and there's just not quite as much to her. Heifer that's maybe not exactly our kind that finishes out, but tremendous amount of shape to her.
Your results from Class 31 Horn Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations, first place went to entry 5772, RPC 023H 210 Rose 534 ET, exhibited by Mila Perez of Canyon, Texas. Second place, entry 5767, Ella High Class Nelly 5021 ET, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Third place went to back number 5771, Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Fourth place went to entry 5782, exhibited by Fallon and Gunnar Gore of Madras, Oregon. Fifth place out of that class goes to entry 5760, exhibited by Trip Foster of Paragould, Arkansas. Sixth place, and congratulations to back number 5781, Hudson Stipe of Ada, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to entry 5763, Jalen Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. Eighth place, exhibited by 5774, Burns Farms of Pikeville, Tennessee. And ninth place, 5766, Curry Herefords of McAllister, Oklahoma. At this time, we will select your champion and reserve champion, Horn Spring Heifer Calf.
Well, this is a division worthy of a round of applause. Our first division of horned heifers, very, very good. The heifer that wins the first class is really a clear class winner in that particular grouping. Nice female. She's deep-bodied. She's attractive from the side and got some shape. A nice female. Certainly going to be competitive in a lot of places for this young lady. That's a good heifer there to win the first class. Same can go for the second female. High quality. She is a heifer that was of the two sounder ones, just more to her. More there, more body, more dimension. Really nice female there that wins that second class. Obviously talked about these two heifers extensively in class. We don't need to discuss them anymore and make the statements like we did in that class. They need to stay together. They're going to be champion and reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And back over in the Hereford ring, congratulations. Your Horn Champion Spring Heifer Calf went to entry 5772, Mila Perez of Canyon, Texas. And your reserve champion, Horn Spring Heifer Calf, also out of the same class, entry 5767, Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Up next, be looking for Class 32 Polled Junior Heifer Calves.
on the Hereford side and these polled females, and really a heifer is the more we study her. There's lots of differences in types and kinds in this class, and so it makes for an interesting sort and a fun sort, and there's some give and take, and we had a good conversation here about them. But for us, the heifer that gets out here and wins this class just does so. The more you study her, the least amount of problems there are in this heifer and the most completeness there is in this female. She's very attractive. She's as fresh as any, yet has substance to her. Her structure's pretty workable, pretty good. She's attractive from the side. She just kind of that combination female that combines the most good things, and kind of does so the longer we keep her out here. She's kind of more logical she gets for us. Good place to start in that female. Gets more interesting here after that. Heifer that we don't love everything about here that's in second. She gets a little coarse in a lot of ways, but she's fresher. She has some rib. She has some more moderation. Certainly, there's going to be less mature cow size in that female for us than the two that come next. And her structure is pretty workable as well. It's not perfect, but there's more flexibility in skeleton of that female than the two that come next. And so for us, she's a place that kind of slides into second. Two heifers here that come next in third and fourth that have done tremendously well for their ages. There's a lot of heifers here for this stage of the game. Maybe a little more than we need as we think about this heifer in third as a mature cow. There's going to be a lot of feed needs to go into her. And structure could be changed. Now, there's not denying the fact that she's a high-quality animal. She's got a great look. She's bold-ribbed. She's stout. She's powerful. But for structure and practicality standpoint, she's not quite exactly what we're looking for today. Same goes for the fourth place heifer. She doesn't have as much rib and body shape as the heifer that's in third, and that's why she's in fourth. There's plenty of quality there, but again, structure, she's a little shorter strided. There's going to be a little more mature size, so she's in fourth. Heifer that comes here in fifth kind of slides in there and just a nice spot to be in terms of a heifer that's just, again, a little more complete than some of the rest of them, a little more fault-free. Heifer that's here and next gets a little easy in her loin, doesn't handle herself on the move. Harder doing looking heifer for us here that comes next, the young man's. Two heifers here that are nice to round out. They got some practicality, but just too plain to slide up today.
Your results from Class 32, polled junior heifer calves. Congratulations, first place went to entry 5568, CMCCC Notorious Kid, 557 NET, exhibited by Gunnar and Fallon Gore of Madras, Oregon. Second place went to entry 5566, JB Nelly 52NET, exhibited by Josie and Jace Belts of Canton, Kansas. Third place, entry 5569 with Brady and Nicholas Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. Fourth place went to back number 5567, exhibited by Silvera Brothers of Firebaugh, California. Fifth place, entry 5570 with Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. Sixth place, 5578 with Harper Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Seventh place, Wesley Phillips, Stanton, Texas at entry 5575. Eighth place, back number 5574 with Addison Kuntz of Thomas, Oklahoma. And ninth place, back number 5572, Grass Pond Farm of Grindell, New Jersey. At this time, we have Class 33 polled junior heifer calves entering the ring.
class of polled heifers here, Februaries, and 3 good females on this top end. There's differences, but good females. There's some differences on paper on these, but they sort of match a little bit to some extent the kind of the females. That's a high growth heifer that on paper and in person that's going to win the class on this one. I think for us, she just hits us a little harder in terms of balance. There's more extension in her front 1/3. There's more attractiveness in terms of balance. She's a heifer that's got some rib shape, probably maybe not quite what these 2 behind her does, but certainly enough. She's a heifer that I think if we're going to really split hairs on these females, that we can nitpick all their structures. We're not just perfectly in love with the structure on this female. We'd like to loosen her up a little bit out of her shoulder, but that's a really high quality female in terms of balance. There's a lot of performance. There's a lot of good. She's way higher birth and way poorer CED than we'd prefer, but she does have the growth to go with it. So a good heifer. There's little things you change, but a good place for us to start. 2 similar heifers, big picture wise, that are in 2nd and 3rd. They're moderate. They're cowy. They're sound enough. They're not perfect structured. I think the heifer that for us is just a little neater there in the way her hind leg sets up is the 2nd place heifer. She can just get out and go a little bit better in that regard. She's pretty low growth on paper, but she's also extremely cavity. So again, there's a little give and take there, just like the 1st place heifer, just in an opposite way. But I think these are 2 females that have some cow to them, that have some function, that are deep sided and soft made. And while they're not, either one of them don't hit quite perfectly in terms of structure, I think there's just a little bit more flexibility in the 2nd place heifer. Stout, big-bodied heifer here. There's kind of a drawing line here between the top 3 and the rest of the class. She's really good. She's right there. I just gets hitting a little hard and kicking up a little of those chips as she goes off her hind 2 for me in this particular class. Heifers that come next, there's I think the heifer that we use of the remaining set is just a little bit of cow to this female. She's frail, but she's also very attractive and feminine and female in her look. There's just not enough to her. Kind of a showier heifer here that's not sound enough comes next. Not enough rib shape in this female. Just a little plainer, frailer female here that does have some practicality in terms of body shape.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results out of Class 33 polled junior heifer calves. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5584, KJ TWJ 907E Chardonnay, 825 NET, exhibited by Mason and Holden Roeder of Seguin, Texas. Second place went to entry 5588, BKVC Nice Talk 554N with Kaylee Rudd of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 5589, Jack and Case Conley of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Fourth place out of that class went to back number 5583 with Red Barn Herefords of Mart, Texas. Fifth place, exhibited by 5587 and Elena Aw of Auburndale, Wisconsin. Sixth place, entry 5595 with Square G Ranch of Thomas, Oklahoma. And seventh place, entry 5585 with DNA Farms, Ozark, Arkansas. At this time, we have Class 34 polled junior heifer calves in the ring.
Kind of hate to interrupt that song to talk about these good heifers, but really, really good top pair here. It's a nice class, lots of differences after these first two, but still good there. But these two really sort themselves up as we get them out here and look at them. They're very, very good, and they're very close. There's differences. There's really, I think it's really close and could go either way. But for us, or at least for me, I mean, I think in this particular instance, I just think there's a little more freshness, a little more future, a little more genuine muscle shape in that heifer that wins the first class, or that's going to win the class, excuse me. And now both of these heifers are good in terms of structure, but we could nitpick them a little. They're not perfect. So I think as we kind of put that aside in this particular pair, for me at least, in this heifer, it's just a little fresher, a little more genuine in terms of her muscle shape as she comes down her top, and particularly in her rear hip and stifle. Now she doesn't have the body that this heifer that is in second does. Huge body, tremendous rib cage to this female, very highly presented. She's a heifer that, again, as we get her out here, you think about peeling a little bit of this condition off of her. Does she have quite as much shape as you'd like her to for as much width as she has in terms of skeleton? And so a good female, outstanding in pair, very close. There's differences. I think there's just a little more freshness, future, and look and muscle shape in that first heifer, but I really like this second heifer as well, and a real logical place to go and for those two compared to the rest of the class. Big, stout power heifer here that comes in third. Tremendous bone, tremendous hip, tremendous muscle. Really, these two heifers here in third and fourth couldn't be more opposite, but that's okay. For us, they were the heifers that did the most good to slide up. I'd sure like to change this heifer structure if she was going to compete with those that are above her. She really gets to hitting hard and setting on the outside of her outside digits of her back feet if we were to move her. Very lower performing heifer here, clearly. There's not as much of her, and I'm a person that's very willing to appreciate a moderate female, but she's probably one that needs just a notch more performance. But as far as her quality, it's very good. She's very feminine. She's very attractive. She's got some structural soundness. There just needs to be more heifer even for us, guys that are going to appreciate a moderate one, maybe more than some. Really stout heifer here, almost too much stoutness. Again, not very sound, and we'd like to loosen her up in terms of structure. Heifer here that, again, we'd maybe change a little structurally and just not enough to her in terms of muscle and width. Very high CHB heifer here coming next, but also plainer, but like her body and like her marbling figure. Heifer that comes next just gets a little plain, but I like her structure.
Your results from Class 34, Pole Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5597. GS Sweet Knockout N09 ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier, Bruno, Idaho. Second place went to entry 5609 ER Kelly 501 ET, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Third place in that class went to back number 5611, exhibited by Katie Piper of Zurich, Kansas. Fourth place, and congratulations to entry 5600 with Bailey Beck of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Fifth place, entry 5599, exhibited by Grady Graham and Gage Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. Sixth place, entry 5601, Carly Musser of Otterbein, Indiana. Seventh place in that class went to back number 5598, DJ Moore, Bradyville, Tennessee. And eighth place, entry 5610, exhibited by Briley Blake of Howe, Oklahoma. This time we have class 35 Pole Junior Heifer Calves entering the ring.
Well, it happened again with the song, but I appreciate you playing it again. But good class here, a lot of give and take for us on these 4 heifers. They're all nice females. A lot of back and forth as to what to do here. There's really good things about these heifers, and there's things you change, candidly. But I think the heifer we land on to win of the young ladies is, kind of one of those that combines the most good things, and the heifer that has lesser of faults that we like. I think she's more practical. She's a little, then the heifer that's in second, there's more rib and body. There's a little better structure. She's not perfect that, but I think she gets out and goes off of both ends. And there's a little more width, and just a little more moderation in frame size, a little more practicality. The heifer that's in second's tough because she's clearly the highest quality female from a balance standpoint. Just sheer quality, she excels, but she's a little straighter shouldered, she's a little shorter strided, she's a little tighter ribbed than we'd like. Plenty of muscle. You love her muscle and length, but a heifer that just needs to be a little deeper, a little more practical. Lots of rib in this heifer, but she's getting to push so much condition that maybe a part of it's that, and plenty far along in terms of condition for us. Gets a little plainer there in her front 1/3. Very correct in her lines, very nicely presented. Just a little lighter boned, a little frailer in her overall makeup, and a little plainer. Heifer that comes next is good. Probably in terms of structure, she's okay. Again, she has some rib shape. Just gets a little too plain out here in a tougher class. So.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results out of Class 35 Pole Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5620, RCSC Nyla of 548N, exhibited by Sophie Stichling and Delaney Chester of Glenmont, Ohio, and Oregonio, Ohio. Second place went to entry 5622, KJ J49 Share 752 NET, exhibited by Lute Judy of Autumnwall, Iowa. Third place in that class went to back number 5618, Morgan and McKenna Rogers of Solon, Iowa. And fourth place, entry 5621, exhibited by Plum River Ranch of Monroe, Wisconsin. Up next, we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your champion and reserved Pole Junior Heifer Calf.
Oh, nice pole division here. Maybe a little more give and take in this division and a little more differences, but very good heifers nonetheless, and a fun division to sort through. A little more challenging in spots, but good for sure. Heifer wins the first class. Within that particular class, she surfaced up as that real combination type female, and did so the longer we looked at them a little more handedly. As we get her out here, maybe she's a touch shorter strided. Maybe the bigger concern we have for her, she gets a little flatter in her rib cage as we look at the heifers that won later classes, but that's still a good combination female. She's high quality from the side. She's not wanting to do her job at the moment, but when she does, she's got a really nice look. She's very correct in her lines. So a good heifer there that wins the first class. Heifer that wins the second class is interesting in a lot. She's got a pretty big hole on paper in terms of CED and birth weight, a little more in the wrong directions than we want on that. But from a quality standpoint, she's very good. She's correct in her lines. She's neat fronted. She's a heifer that's got some substance and dimension. Again, a heifer that if we're going to nitpick these really good heifers, structurally she's good enough, but maybe we'd change her a little bit that way. But a heifer that's certainly competitive out here. And one that's kind of in the mix for us. Heifer that wins the third class is again that is kind of one of those combination types physically. She's got some spots we'd improve her on paper if we could, but I think we're trying to place a little less emphasis on that in these females. That you have more opportunity to change those, and they're obviously going to provide a lower impact on a breed entirely than a bull that's going to be here will. So we would change her there if we could, but when you talk about her physically, she's really pretty nice. She's sound enough. She's got some rib shape. She's fresher than a lot of these heifers out here, and we appreciate that about her for sure. She's got enough to her. I think as you've used her in terms of just true shape, there's enough. She's not overpowering. There's ones that are stouter that we've seen, but I think there's enough. So she's just nice in a lot of ways and does a lot of good things when we get her back out here. Heifer that wins the fourth class gets a little plainer for us, maybe a little less female and feminine in her appearance. We'd like to get her just a little more in that feminine appearance in that front 1/3 in her head and in her chest. Heifer's got a little condition, but she's stout, and in that class, she's a heifer that's more moderate in size. She's bolder ribbed. She's deeper sided. She's a heifer that did a little bit more that way in terms of practicality. I think for us, the heifer that's going to win this division is the heifer that wins the third class, and then we'll bring out that second. That was a good female as well.
And congratulations, your pole champion junior heifer calf goes to entry 5597 GS Sweet Knockout N09 ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. And congratulations, your polled reserve champion junior heifer calf, also out of the same class, goes to entry 5609, ER Kelly 501 ET, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Once again, congratulations to all those polled exhibitors. Up next, be looking for class 36 horn junior heifer calves.
class here as we move into our horn division. Got some February females and some give and take here, but I think a good place to start for us. Heifer that's very good at the ground. She's really big bodied. She's got some shape and dimension. Her pieces fit together very well balanced. Is she the cleanest fronted heifer that we've seen? She isn't, but that's fine. She's certainly not plain necked in our regard at all. That is something you nitpick on her. She does dip in her loin very slightly as she gets out and goes, but I guess I'd rather lean a little bit towards that being a looser skeleton than a tighter one. So she's a heifer that suits us really well in a lot of ways. Well presented, nice cosmetics there in that female as well is kind of an added bonus. Heifer that comes in second and third are a close pair, a more interesting pair. You can look at your books just like we can. I mean, she has numbers. A third place heifer doesn't have any numbers today. I mean, that's correctable, I'm sure, and not something that dooms her away forever by any means. There's other shows, and I'm sure that'll get rectified. But the heifer that for us is in second today. We do prefer, obviously, her genetic markers, and she fits the kind, I think, of the heifer that wins in terms of moderation, in terms of femininity. She's going to be more disciplined in her mature size. She's got lots of body. She's not perfect structurally. She wants to come apart just a little bit in the way that she moves as she goes, but that's a nice female, very nice place for us that we feel very comfortable with in second. Heifer in third is really good. She's big-bodied. She's got some dimension. There's plenty of physical performance. Like we say, she doesn't have data, and it's hard for us to sit here and talk as much as we have about data the last 2 days, and then maybe have a heifer up there that gets a little farther. Structurally as well, that makes it a little easier for me personally to put her in third. We'd like to change that about her. Heifer in fourth, that's kind of figuring things out. Tremendously big, stout female. You love her bone, you love her dimension, you love her performance. Don't love her structure quite as much, and she too can get a little piecey and coarse there compared to those ones above her. Heifer in third that comes next has an advantage in that regard, but a heifer that's a little too plain as well. A heifer that needs just a little more to her to be a little sounder to move up there as that finishes.
From Class 36, Horn Junior Heifer Calves. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5794, Ella Prada 501, bred and exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Second place went to entry 5791, KJDCC 181H Lavender 835 NET, exhibited by McKenna and Tessa Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Third place, entry 5790, James Sladek of Iowa City, Iowa. Fourth place in that class, and congratulations to back number 5796, exhibited by Brooklyn Price of Opelika, Alabama. Fifth place, back number 5795, exhibited by Kristen and Miranda Hansen of Shakota, Oklahoma. And sixth place, entry 5786, Colton Peterson of Roanoke, Illinois. At this time, we have Class 37 Horn Junior Heifer Calves in the ring.
Just one here in our January horned heifers, and but a heifer that's absolutely deserving of more competition. It's a nice female. We're going to get her back out here and compare her. I think she'll be a competitor within this division. But long, stout, powerful female. Lots of performance in this female from a weight standpoint. Good heifer here. We'll bring her back out in a minute.
And back in the Hereford ring, congratulations. The results from Class 37 Horn Junior Heifer Calves. First place went to entry 5797, Purple HB Lola 10N ET, exhibited by Kara and Crew Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Up next, we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your horned champion and reserve champion junior heifer calf.
Good division out here in our horned kind of January, February heifers. Heifer wins the first class suits us well in a lot of ways. She kind of fits the type that we like in terms of having some cow potential. She's got some substance and dimension. She's got some softness. There's plenty of condition there, but there's also some true shape, I think, to go with that. Not the neatest necked heifer that we've ever seen, but I think her balance is so good that, and her pieces fit together so well that doesn't bother us in the least. Her structure's nice. Not a lot of difference on paper between these three heifers that are out here. They're all pretty nice. They're not phenomenal, but they're all sure acceptable and really pretty solid. The heifer that wins the second class is a power heifer here in terms of stoutness and muscle and length and extension. Maybe she could have a tick more rib shape to go with as much muscle shape as she has. A little different and a little plainer maybe in her head than some, but very long, very performance oriented, very powerful heifer here. There's a nice heifer that's in second there as well. She can get a little piecey. She too is not maybe quite as neat headed as you'd like, but a heifer that's more moderate and like that part about her. So it's really, really close. I think there's a heifer that suits us well here to be champion that'll win the first class, but I think we'll use this second class winner to be reserved.
And congratulations, your Horn Champion Junior Heifer Calf goes to entry 5794, Ella Prada 501, bred and owned by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. And congratulations, your Horned Reserve Champion Junior Heifer Calf comes out of Class 37, entry 5797, Purple HB Lola 10NET, exhibited by Crew and Kara Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Up next, we'll be looking for Class 38 Polled Senior Heifer Calves.
Hereford side, starting into our horned fall heifers, or excuse me, polled fall heifers, and real logical place, good place to start. This heifer is a tremendous combination female that does a lot of good things, and certainly excels this particular grouping of heifers. Gets more interesting here as we look at the next really 4 heifers. There's give and take, there's differences, there's good in all the 4 of these heifers. There's little things you could do either way. I think for us, the heifer that we land on that kind of combines enough dimension and function, especially as you consider her age, along with some a little more look and quality, is the heifer that goes in second. The young ladies, and there's some structural soundness there as well. That's a big advantage she has over not necessarily as much the 3rd heifer, but maybe the 4th and 5th heifers there. So good heifer there that does a lot of nice things in terms of having some look and being sound enough and still having some rib shape and dimension. This is a heifer that maybe caused a little more discussion between Nate and I, and a heifer that I feel like has a lot of cow there. She gets a little plainer. She's got a little more condition. She's got a sound hind leg, but has also a little plainer hind leg from a balance standpoint. She's got plenty of condition, maybe freshen her up a little bit if we could, but I think that's a real cowy female that just has a ton of rib, a ton of body, is going to be a low maintenance brood cow. Heifer that comes next is a heifer that gets a little straighter shouldered, a little shorter strided, very good quality from a balance standpoint when she stops, just needs to be a little sounder as she goes. Heifer that comes next here are the young man's, a darker red heifer, heifer that's frailer, heifer that has less to her. You know, clearly there's a quality advantage over a heifer that finishes the class, but heifer that has some rib shape. I think, again, she's not one that just goes perfectly in terms of structure.
Hereford ring, your results from Class 38, polled senior heifer calves. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5634, BACC 241, Haley 472, exhibited by Landry Allen in Nakona, Texas. Second place, entry 5623, TR 8105, Amaya 3350 MET, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Third place in that class went to back number 5638, exhibited by Davis, Conley, and Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fourth place, entry 5627, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Fifth place, entry 5628, exhibited by Gage Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. And sixth place, back number 5632, exhibited by Kara Neeson of Derrida, Louisiana. At this time, we have Class 39 polled senior heifer calves in the ring.
Okay, I got a class of October. We're just going to leave them as they come in, and they can peel them out here and as we go and talk about them. But, there's some structural things we changed on all three of these heifers. But for us, the heifer that wins the class is the best in that regard, and does it with a really good look as well. She's got enough rib shape, enough muscle. Her quality is good. I think she's stronger in her lines than both of the heifers that are in here. And so a nice place for us to start here with the young ladies. That just a little sounder than these other two. Heifer that comes next, again, is one that is a little too straight for us. Sure, get her out and loosen her up. But I think of the two that remain, there's more substance, there's more dimension, there's just more to this heifer, and maybe just a tick more look as well. Young man's coming next. He's doing a good job with this heifer. A heifer that, again, just needs to be loosened up a little more if we could. Tick plainer than the heifer that's above her. Like her body shape, she's got plenty of rib. Appreciate that about her.
And back in the Hereford ring, your results for Class 39, polled senior heifer calves. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5644, BACC 629, Georgia K 457 ET, exhibited by Atlee Kleinman of Wentworth, Missouri. Second place, entry 5647, BF 5502, Novell 211M ET, exhibited by Grady Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. And third place, entry 5649, CMCC Made for 4070M, exhibited by Parker Irwin of Hartshorn, Oklahoma. Up next, be looking for Class 40 in your polled senior heifer calf division.
Timbers here in the Hereford ring, and pretty logical for us. A heifer that's stout and powerful and stopped. You really like a lot of things about her in terms of rib shape and muscle and power, and her data set kind of matches what she has that way. She's a little plainer than some we've seen, throughout the day, but her balance is good and her pieces fit together really good. She's a little tentative maybe off of those hind two. We'd get her just to move with a little more authority and if we could, but that's nitpicking a nice heifer. It's a good place to start. Got a good heifer here in second as well, a heifer that's very correct in her lines. Again, a heifer that could be a little sounder, a heifer that has some muscle shape, but needs to be a little deeper, a little looser structured for us.
Your results from Class 40, polled senior heifer calves. First place went to back number 5653, KJ 532J, Coco Demand 712M, exhibited by Foster Wingler of Christiana, Tennessee. Second place went to back number 5651, GKB D87 Lillian 4724, exhibited by Paisley Miller of Belleville, Texas. Next, we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your champion and reserve polled senior heifer calf.
senior heifer calves here, and been a fun division to work through. Of course, we don't have the numbers that we do in the spring calves, but still a lot of quality here nonetheless. Heifer wins the first class. She's tremendous. She's a really nice female. She's sound structured. She can get out and move. She suits us in a lot of ways in terms of having that look, that extra show ring look out here, but still doing it with function. She's got a solid set of data. Her CHB and marbling are good, and she's just very, very high quality when you view her from the side, and plenty to her. Just a really, really nice female there. Heifer that wins the second class is a heifer that's nice. I think within that grouping, she was the soundest heifer. She get her back out here. She maybe doesn't have the rib shape in terms of turn to her rib cage as the heifers on either side of her. I think she's got enough muscle, but I don't think she maybe has quite as much true muscle shape as the others. But I certainly appreciate her from a structural standpoint within that group of her contemporaries, and she looks good as well from a balance standpoint out here. Heifer that wins the third class, she gets a little straight-shouldered for us. Wants to get just almost a little over her knee there, but she's correct in her lines. She's a power female that's both physically and genetically. She's got big bodied, she's stout made. She's a good heifer. Heifer that wins in a pretty easy manner for us is the heifer that wins the first class. We're going to make the third class winner reserve. Got a single entry December heifer as we start off this division of horned females, and young man's doing a good job with this heifer. She's very correct in her lines. She's fresh in her condition, and appreciate that about her. We'll bring her back out here and compare her to our other class winners in this division in a minute.
Your results out of that division, congratulations. Your polled champion senior heifer calf went to entry 5634, BACC 241 Haley 472, exhibited by Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas. And your polled reserve champion senior calf went to entry 5653, KJ 532J Coco Demand 712M, exhibited by Foster Wingler of Christiana, Tennessee. And your results from Class 41 in the Horned Senior Heifer Calf Division. First place in that class went to entry 5801, JPD Emilu 448, exhibited by Jacob Dower of Panhandle, Texas.
Good class here, a nice pair of heifers in our October division. Just a really good cow here to start this class with. From a practicality standpoint, she suits us extremely well. She's big-bodied and bold-ribbed and sound-structured. She's got plenty of muscle. She's a lot bigger bodied than the heifer that's in second. Does a little nicer things on paper, so we like that about her. So a good place for us to start. Really a heifer that you like in terms of quality here. When she's stopped from the side, she's well presented. She's got a beautiful hair coat. She's correct in her lines. She needs to be sounder structured, needs to be more bold in her rib cage. Can't match up on paper to that heifer that's above her.
Your results for Class 42 Horn Senior Heifer Calves. First place went to entry 5806, RPC 7119, Miss Country 4444 ET, exhibited by Devin Elizabeth Lockhart of Caldwell, Texas. Second place went to back number 5805, Keen Fay 1816 109 MET, exhibited by Carly Thomas of Lexington, Oklahoma. Up next, be looking for Class 43 Horned Senior Heifer Calves.
4 of these September horned heifers here, and these are 2 really good heifers, and for totally different ways. I mean, they're they're literally not the same in almost every way, but they're good, and they have a lot of good, and they have some application nonetheless. The heifer that wins the class is clearly the power cow of the bunch, and probably for us as we think about mature size, probably too much to that regard. But when you study her from a quality standpoint, she's undeniable in this group of contemporaries. I mean, she's huge-bodied, she's stout-hipped, yet she can still move pretty well. And we look at her on paper, and she's pretty good as well. Her CHB is strong, and it's clearly not off the charts like the second-place heifer, but it's still good. For as much power and as much heifer is there, she handles it pretty well structurally. So she's the place that needs to start, even though she probably is too much for us and has done really, really well at this stage of her life from an age and performance standpoint. Heifer that's in second, she completely jumps off the page at you from a paper standpoint. She's the power heifer in terms of carcass, in terms of growth on paper, and she's a nice heifer too. I mean, as we compare to the one that's above her, there's not quite the balance and just overwhelming mass, but there's still plenty to this heifer. And honestly, for a heifer that charts with as much marbling and CHB that she does, I mean, she has a pretty good muscle shape. So that's a really interesting heifer as well. That has a ton of application that you can do a bunch of things with. You can continue down the road with her from a carcass and a number standpoint, and she's going to be able to carry a lot of that, or you could dabble in ones that maybe aren't quite as wild numbered and still make you some really good cattle. But if you compare to the heifer that's above her, she dips in her loin a little bit. She gets plainer looking, but an interesting heifer. Now we get 2 heifers here that are nice. I think of the 2 that remain, the heifer that has the most quality is this darker red heifer. She's really nice in her rib cage. She's very correct in her lines. She's one of these that needs to get a little sounder, needs to handle her hind legs a little better. Same goes for the heifer that's in fourth. She needs a little more as well, but again, a straight lined heifer. Nice division here as we get into our horned senior calves, and a nice first-class winner, a heifer that's not out here in terms of having quite as much dimension, but a nice female with a nice future. A heifer that wins the second class is just very practical and cowy in her kind. She's probably a tick plainer than the heifer that's right behind her, but a heifer that still has enough balance for us, and we do really, really appreciate her frame size. We appreciate her practicality. She's sound structured. She's bold ribbed. She has enough muscles. She's solid in terms of a lot of ways, and a good kind of female that we as a breed would be well served to have a lot more like her. Heifer that wins the final class is a little trickier for us because she is a really, really good animal. She's high quality. She's a little too much for us from a frame size. She's done exceptionally well in terms of performance compared to her contemporaries. She gives us and me a little bit of misgivings in terms of mature cow size, but for as much power and dimension as she has, she does so big picture wise pretty well in terms of structure. She'll toe in just a little bit up front as she goes, but that's pretty minor, and an incredibly good look from the side in terms of her correctness of lines, her stoutness of hip, and big bodied. So she's maybe not exactly our kind in some ways, but she also is really high quality. She'll be your division champion. Heifer that wins the second will be reserved.
Then 42, yep. And congratulations. Senior heifer calf went to entry 5813, BK mirror points, 4045 MET, exhibited by Nicholas Brady and Lauren Jones of Darlington, Wisconsin. And your horned reserve champion senior heifer calf went to entry 5806, RPC 7119, Miss Country 444 ET, exhibited by Devin Elizabeth Lockhart of Caldwell, Texas. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll be looking for Class 44 polled late summer yearling females.
Well, moving into our intermediate division and our polled heifers here, kind of some June, July heifers here, and two good heifers on the top end. Heifer for us that we're going to go ahead and use. I think both these heifers could be tweaked a little structurally, but they're generally pretty good, and I think she still does reach a little better, but she's got more muscle shape. She's got more hip shape as you view them from. Again, these are two heifers that there's probably plenty of heifer here for this summer-aged heifer, but they're high quality, and clearly the delineation and quality is between these two and the other two. But between the two that we're talking and have right out here, I think there's just more shape to the heifer that wins. There's more rib shape and there's more muscle shape. They're both pretty big picture-wise, similar in terms of balance and good, well-made females. I think there's just a little more to that first heifer to win. Heifers that come next in third and fourth, I think between those two, there's more body depth, there's more moderation. And the young man's heifer, we'll put her in third. And the heifer that's in fourth, not acting real great, but needs more depth, more rib, a nice hair coat, and correcting her lines, though.
Results from Class 44, polled late summer yearling females. First place, congratulations to entry 5667, SCC 756 High Dollar 42M, exhibited by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Second place, entry 5666, Four Leaf Mabel 24G, exhibited by Hannah Olson of Arkdale, Wisconsin. Third place, back number 5664, exhibited by Coven and Coble Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. And fourth place, entry 5663, exhibited by Sierra Quinn of Geronimo, Oklahoma. Up next, we've got Class 45 polled early summer yearling females.
Well, we got a good set of May heifers here, and Nice heifer to start, really stout, really bold in terms of shape, both rib cage and muscle-wise. Hits you harder with a little more look than the heifer that is a little more moderate than her in second, and we do appreciate that about the second place heifer, but there's just more quality, more shape, more dimension. Does so in a sound package as well, the heifer that wins the class. Heifer the second's nice. I think as we compare her to our third place heifer, there's quite a bit more width and dimension and substance to her. There's just a little more power in that female heifer that, especially from a muscle standpoint, but and a good heifer. Heifer in third here, young lady's doing a great job, and happy to have her out here today. And she's got a nice heifer. She's feminine and refined, and you can see that in her teat size, and she's square and refined in her udder, and appreciate that about her, and her rib as well. Just needs a little more muscle, a little more width to slide up here today.
.45 pulled early summer yearling females. First place went to entry 5673, ML Queen Charlotte 805 MET, exhibited by Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York. Second place went to back number 5675, GS Kelly M30 ET, exhibited by Ella Elizabeth Defford of Jarrettsville, Maryland. And third place went to entry 5671, Kristen and Miranda Hansen of Shakota, Oklahoma. This time we'll select your champion and reserved polled intermediate yearling female.
Well, we got set of heifers here in our intermediate division, and two really nice class winners. I think they're pretty close in our minds. There's some differences. I think you like the heifer that wins the second class really well standing. You maybe like the heifer on the move just a little better in the class winner. The heifer that wins the first class, very attractive. I think she is. She's not perfect in terms of the way she sets down her feet, but she does reach better off of her skeleton. Long-fronted. She is a flatter heifer. You get out here, she just doesn't have that true shape down her top and out of her quarter. Both of these heifers are okay in terms of their udders, potential udders later in life. I think this heifer here is just going to be a little tilted that wins the first class and has a little of those tick longer ones, but they are a little more refined as well. So a good heifer, clearly. Both of these heifers do some nice things on paper. They're really pretty good. They got a little birth, but they do a lot of good other things other than that, and not out of bounds on birth by any means. So yeah, nice female here. Second class winner, stout, powerful, bold shaped. She's not as deep-sided as the heifer that wins the first class, but perhaps there's a little more rib shape, and there's certainly more shape down her top, more shape out of her hip. She's a little shorter strided, but I think she's sound enough, too, as well. She's a tick chuffier fronted, probably, for lack of a better term. So there's a lot of give and take between these two, I think. They're really, really close. We've had two really nice second-place heifers, but I think the more we discuss them, it comes down to a decision between these two class winners, and it's really, really close. But I think we'll use the heifer that won the second class to be champion, the heifer that won the first class to be reserve.
And congratulations, your pole champion intermediate yearling female went to entry 5673, ML Queen Charlotte 805 MET, exhibited by Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York. And your polled reserve champion intermediate yearling female went to entry 5667, SCC 756 High Dollar 42M, exhibited by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Once again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And up next, we'll be looking for Class 46 in our polled spring yearling female division.
April heifers. There's a ton of good in these females, but there are things we would change about all of them out here. It's a good class nonetheless, and it's good on the top end. And the harder we study them, probably these two sort up for us. We'll be the first to tell you that the heifer that wins the class got too much condition, especially for me. I'd like to freshen her up. But we have misgivings with the udder on the second heifer. Both of these heifers fit our kind as far as, being pretty moderate and mature size, being pretty cowy in terms of rib shape, being pretty maternal in the look of their head and in their front 1/3. I guess that's kind of where it comes down to. And, Nate kind of made the comment, well, we can peel the fat off of the one that wins, but it's going to be tough to change the udder on the second one, and so that's a little tough for us. We really like this second place heifer, and I think there's areas of, obviously she's much better in terms of freshness. She's longer necked. I think she gets out and moves slightly better. I would like to see that heifer go a little better in first, but I do think probably rather than in terms of a function of her skeleton, I think it's more of her condition that's causing that. So nice heifer here in second as well that we just discussed. She gets out and goes better. We just do have a little bit of hold up there from an udder standpoint. Heifer in third's nice. Again, she's one that we would improve in terms of udder if we could. She's a little tilted, a little up, a little higher in those front ones, but a great look from the side. I think as we compare her to the ones that remain, she's really high quality. She's much bigger bodied and deeper sided and more moderate in her size than the heifer that's in fourth. She's a little more toned down in terms of just bone and an appearance there, and a very striking female from the side, and a good heifer there in third as well. A little flatter than the two that are above her. Heifer that is in fourth is very, very stout, huge boned, big hipped, big framed, extended. You get her out here, they're just not quite enough body for us. There's probably not quite enough viewability for us. She's a heifer that looks like she was kind of heavy when she started in life, and it's continued that on. So we just need to tone her down a little bit for us. Next heifer here, a little plainer heifer, but she is a heifer that has some body, has some depth, has a fair amount of practicality. She's just a little plainer in this class. Ultra attractive heifer here than this really dark heifer, presented extremely, extremely well. Just doesn't get out and go near well enough for us, and another one that we'd really like to change her udder. Plainer heifer here to round out, but a heifer that's got some depth and some structural correctness.
Class 46, Polled Spring Yearling Females. First place, congratulations to entry 5680, Ella Jungle Sugar 4013 ET, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Second place went to back number 5690, GS Mercedes M25 ET, exhibited by Elizabeth Schaub of Thosby, Alberta. Third place went to entry 5689, exhibited by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Fourth place, back number 5676, Coven and Coble Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. Fifth place, back number 5686, exhibited by Graham Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. Sixth place, back number 5684, exhibited by Luke Hamlin of Weatherford, Texas. And seventh place, entry 5687 with Mitchell Ranches of Boswell, Oklahoma. At this time, we've got class 47 polled spring yearling females in the ring. And we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your champion and reserve out of this division.
This is an interesting class here, and sorry, I didn't mean to go ahead. You want to finish? Sorry about that. Anyways, this is an interesting class in the way that you start getting to this age of heifers that the wheat's kind of sorted from the chaff in this deal. These are heifers out here that have done well, that have been competitive, that are worthy of bringing out after this stage of their careers. And so you end up with really good heifers from top to bottom. And these top three are really, really close in our mind, but there are obviously some differences between them. Two heifers that we end up using, I think for us, are heifers that are, really fit our type from just a practicality and a frame moderation, a body depth, a softness, a female look. They just have a lot of practicality to them. With that said, I think part of practicality is structure, and I think these heifers are sound enough, certainly, but we could nitpick them a little bit, and their type indicates that maybe they'd have a big advantage in that regard over the third place heifer, and I think they do, but I don't think it's as big a gap as I expected from just a first impression, big picture sort of thing. These are two heifers that, especially the first heifer, a little plain on paper. We'd change that a little if we could, but she's so good in terms of being attractive and deep-bodied and still having plenty of shape of muscle, even though she isn't as big boned as, say, the third heifer. There's still plenty of meat and muscle in that heifer. There's just a little more real world in that for us, and I think she hits us a little harder from just a tick more shape in her rear stifle and her rear quarter, and maybe just a touch harder in terms of balance. But obviously a very similar heifer in terms of type and kind, big picture wise. She's a little better on paper than the heifer that's in second, but there's not major differences. But a really, really good heifer. And those two are the two that fit together for us, and a nice female there that's well presented. Tremendously well presented heifer here in third. And she's an interesting heifer. I mean, she's, as Nate and I talked, Nate has, one of the great bull sales in America. And, she's not the kind to go to his place and raise commercial bulls. And so for us, that's maybe not exactly what we're looking for, but that doesn't make her a bad animal. I appreciate the fact that she's been genomicked and found out that she's a 7 birth weight, and she looks it, obviously, but she's also got all that power and dimension and all that yearling weight and performance to go with it, and so much body. So, maybe she's not exactly the kind we need to be raising all kinds of commercial bulls out of, but that doesn't make her a bad animal, and that doesn't mean there's not things she can do out here, and she's so powerful, so big rib, so big hipped, and still moves fairly well for having that much power. So an interesting heifer. These are two good heifers here as well. They just aren't quite as sound as the heifers that are right above them, and they get in a really tough class.
GS Kelly M22 ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier, Bruno, Idaho. Second place went to back number 5708, BK CMCC Magic Touch 450 MET, exhibited by Gunner and Fallon Gore of Madras, Oregon. Third place went to entry 5706, Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Fourth place, entry 5697, exhibited by James Sladek of Iowa City, Iowa. And fifth place, entry 5701, Atlee Kleinman of Wentworth, Missouri. At this time, we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your polled champion and reserve champion, a spring yearling female.
nice spring yearling division here in our polled show, and again, kind of mentioned it in that last class, but you know, this is starting to get to the time of year and the time of age on these heifers that you know, the ones that aren't, you know, that are just nice and not so good and whatever term you want to use, they're staying at home. So these are the nicer heifers, and there's give and take, no doubt, on these, but they're the better end of heifers, and you know, it gets tougher. You get condition differences, you get you know, gestational differences, and so it makes for fun sorting of these cattle. The point is, they're really, really nice females in this division, but there's little things we change and little hairs you got to split when you're asked to figure out which ones you like the best. So heifer that wins the first class suits us in a lot of ways. In terms of being very correct in her lines, very moderate in her frame size. She is too far along for us in terms of condition. She's starting to get that front 1/3, pushing it up a little bit. I mentioned in class, I think it detracts from her movement a little bit. I don't think she's an structurally unsound heifer, but I don't think she's moving quite as well as she could because of that. And so we like her in a lot of ways. We like her on paper. She's really good in terms of as much yearling growth she has on paper is interesting compared with her moderate size, but we'd like to peel her back a little bit in terms of condition. But that's a good female that does a lot of good things there. Heifer that wins the second class, again, you know, kind of talked about this pair of heifers in terms of just being a little more moderate in frame size, a little lower birth, a little more practicality. But I think of the pair, this is a heifer that has a little more shape. We like her in the rear third of her body, like her a little stronger down her top, and a heifer that just, again, suits us pretty well in a lot of ways. She's fresher than the class winner as well. So this is a good set of heifers out here. Heifer that wins the second class will be champion. Heifer that wins the first class will be reserve.
Champion spring yearling female went to entry 5692, GS Kelly M22 ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. And your polled reserve champion spring yearling female went to entry 5680, Ella Jungle Sugar 4013 ET, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to all those exhibitors. Up next, we'll be looking for class number 48 in our horned spring yearling female division.
Got just a trio here of April horned heifers as we move into this age division. Good set of heifers. The heifer that wins is stout and powerful and bold. She's a heifer that could move better for us. She hits the ground pretty hard off those rear two, and maybe like to see a little more flexibility there on those two. But in terms of quality, in terms of correctness of lines and rib shape and muscle dimension, she's the best in this particular class, and so she's a good place to start. Heifer that goes second, I think, as we compare to the one that's below her, there's a big advantage in terms of rib shape, in terms of body depth, in terms of just overall dimension and mass. Not quite the quality that the heifer that wins the first class or wins the class, but a nice female. Heifer that comes next, the young man's, is a heifer that needs more depth, needs more body. She does have some muscle shape, and appreciate that about her. Nice female there for the young man.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 48, Horn Spring Yearling Females. Congratulations. First place went to entry 5823, NXT 910 Clarice 412, exhibited by Adeline Grace Blankenship of West Burlington, New York. Second place went to entry 5824, Hawk Adley 29MET, exhibited by Gage Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. And third place went to entry 5820, exhibited by Coble and Coven Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. This time we have Class 49, Horn Spring Yearling Females, entering the ring. After this class, we'll bring back your first and seconds and select your champion in reserve out of this division.
Well, really a good pair of heifers here. It's a small class, but very, very high quality pair of heifers. They're not exactly the same. I think in the end, the heifer that suits us and probably suits the type that we've been using more is the young ladies. I think she balances up a little better. I like her in the way that she comes out of her hip. Her tail head sets in a little neater into her top line. She's a little more attractive in her set of her hind leg. Now, I'll say both of these heifers, for me especially, I think are plenty sound enough. They're certainly not some kind of crippled animals, but if we're going to tweak their structure, probably both of them could be tweaked. They both toe in a little bit up front. They both are a tick short strided. But so we move past that particular trait, and then we think about these two heifers in other ways. And I think from a balance standpoint, the young lady's heifer is just a little sweeter headed, just a little more attractive in her lines. She's not as stout. I think there's more true muscle in this second placed heifer. I think even though the heifer that's in first is more uniform in the way that the bottom part of her body is, and she's more uniform in her body depth, she maybe doesn't have quite the rib shape that this heifer does that's in second in terms of just being truly bold in the rib cage to her. So it's a very, very close pair. There's little things that sort it. I don't know that they're exactly the same kind, but that's okay. They're both very good. That's the way we've seen those two heifers. Very competitive yet, I think, in this as we bring them back out for this division. But two good heifers there that we like very, very well. Young man gets in here in a really tough class. We'd like to neaten her up and freshen her up, but he's got a good heifer here.
Results from Class 49 Horn Spring Yearling Females. First place, and congratulations to entry 5836 BK Mini Sweets 457M, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Second place went to entry 5830 GKB 1314 Share M127ET, exhibited by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas, and Express Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. And third place in that class went to entry 5837 JPD Caroline 408ET, exhibited by John Robert Dower of Panhandle, Texas. At this time, we will select your champion and reserved Horn Spring Yearling Female.
This division of spring yearlings, and good grouping of heifers, and certainly these heifers from the first class are nice, and the heifer of the young ladies that wins the first class is felt really good about using her within that class. We get her back out here. She's maybe not as much our kind, to change her head a little bit and gets a little bit coarser in ways and maybe freshen her up. But she certainly has power and dimension and stoutness, and going to be a good cow project for that young lady going forward. It's going to probably do some good things, but I think we get her back out here. We like the two heifers that were in that second class really well. They're not exactly the same kind, but they're both very high quality and very good. They're going to be champion and reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And congratulations. Your Horn Champion Spring Yearling Female went to entry 5836 BK Mini Sweets 457M, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. And your reserve out of that division in the Spring Yearling Female division came out of the same class, went to entry 5830 GKB 1314 Share M127ET, exhibited by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas, and Express Ranches of Yukon, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and be looking for Class 50 polled junior yearling females.
some polled heifers, and again, some give and take. There's tons of good in these females. There's things we changed in comparison to each other, but certainly as a big picture statement, these are good heifers here. Heifer we're going to use a young man's is just the stout, powerful, moderate female, huge bodied, big hipped. I'd like to see her get out and go with just a little more flexibility and freedom off of both ends. And again, she's a heifer that's got plenty of condition on her. She's so big-bodied it is maybe that restricting her movement more than really a true function of how her skeleton operates. So I think she moves well enough for us, and we really like her kind in terms of being that low-maintenance, broody, powerful female that still has look and balance. She's a little coarser in her teats than we'd prefer. We'd like to spread them out a little bit. They are level. We'd like to spread them a little bit and make them just a little more refined. Heifer that's in second has that advantage over her. And we do like her in terms of just moving with more freedom and filling her tracks, but at the same time, the more you study her, she gets pretty plain in the set to her back leg as well, so that detracts from her balance. She's got a little navel, she's got a little front end, she's probably going to be a little bigger frame than we would need. She's good on paper, she's practical in terms of the way that she has performance that matches her genetics. She's big and bold in her rib cage, and she's sound structured. There's a lot more to that heifer than the heifer that comes in third. The heifer that comes in third is made better. She's more attractive. She's a little fresher, but she's had probably her share of feed too. The more you study her, there just isn't as much there. You compare her, however, to the heifers that remain below her, that are the three that remain, much better kind for us. Her structure is solid. Her body depth is good. She's a really nice heifer. She just gets in with a couple heifers that kind of overwhelm her in terms of mass. The lighter colored, more yellow heifer here, of the ones that remain, more shape, a lot more shape and a lot more moderation and practicality from the heifer that's behind her. We like her head better. We just like her from a functional standpoint. The heifer that's more white here that comes next, there's a lot of power and length and body in this heifer, but for as much frame as she has, there's not enough muscle. Her udder needs improved by quite a bit. I'd like to change her head and give her a more maternal look as well. Really, really dark colored heifer here, and one of the darker ones you're going to find in our breed. Heifer that has some look, but just needs, again, a little more function and practicality.
In Class 50, polled junior yearling females. First place, congratulations to entry 5727, Hawk Audrey 7M ET, exhibited by Nolan F. Lee of Wellington, Illinois. Second place went to entry 5716, GKB 229G Mirage M113 ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Third place went to entry 5722, exhibited by Sailor and Madeline Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Fourth place, back number 5713, exhibited by Hurricane Hefty Ranch of Stratford, Oklahoma, and Buck Cattle Company of Medill, Oklahoma. Fifth place, back number 5733, Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. And sixth place, entry 5717, exhibited by Vivian Lou Thompson of Troy, Alabama. This time, we have Class 51 foaled junior yearling females in the ring.
January's in our horn class, or excuse me, we're in our polled class here. Two nice heifers, two heifers that do a lot of good things on paper. The heifer that wins is sounder and gets out and moves better, gives you a little more unified look in terms of balance. Again, she's one that maybe we'd change in her udder. I don't know, you look at her, maybe she's gotten, sometimes have these bred heifers get a little infection in one teat, and that kind of throws it completely off, and maybe that's happened on her at some point, and says almost looks like one's a fair bit more pronounced than the others. But she's a heifer that's got more muscle, she's got more balance, she's got more structural soundness. A heifer that with the white leg here in second, a heifer that again in her own right, as we just view her as an individual, has some balance. She's pretty correct in her hip and her retractive and her hind leg set, but at the same time, we'd like to live a little more flexibility if we could. Well, a fun division over here of junior yearling heifers, and we get out here, we talked about these two heifers in the first class. This heifer, right here, she gives you that look. I mean, tremendously big body, tremendously big hip, very correct in her lines and attractive. I think she got out here as she came in and moved with a little better authority. That's your only question, but in this particular grouping, there's a lot of her to like, and there's a nice second place heifer we talked about. The heifer heifer wins the second class. Good female. Just when you get her out to this level, these two that from that second class aren't going to be able to compete. The heifer that wins the first class will be the champion. The second place will be reserve.
And back over in the Hereford ring, your results from Class 51 of the Pole Junior Yearling Females. First place went to entry 5735, GKB K102 Lady Hawk 4044, exhibited by Crew and Kara Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Second place out of that class went to entry 5736, SOF Miss Benita 3B MO4ET, exhibited by Colton Peterson from Roanoke, Illinois. Now, your polled champion junior yearling female came out of Class 50. Congratulations to entry 5727, Hawk Audrey 7MET, exhibited by Nolan F. Lee of Wellington, Illinois. And your polled reserve champion junior yearling female out of the same class, Class 50, went to entry 5716, GKB 229G Mirage M113ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Again, congratulations to all those exhibitors, and we'll be looking for Class 52 horned junior yearling females.
here, just 4 here, and so we're getting into some February-aged heifers, and you know, a real logical place to start, I think. Pretty high-quality heifer. You know, there's plenty of frame there probably for us, but there's also a ton of quality there, and you get her within this contemporary group. She's so sound structured for the amount of body she has and the amount of length of skeleton that she has. She can get out and move really well. Her udder's acceptable. Maybe a little plainer headed if we're going to nitpick a really nice heifer, but there's a lot of good in that heifer. Clearly a really high quality individual. That's a logical place to start for us. The heifer that goes into second also becomes kind of logical in that spot. I don't know that she competes real hard to win, but I think as you compare to the 2 that remain, there's just more quality there. She's just a better kind of female that hits you harder from a balance standpoint. There's just more look in this female. I wouldn't call her just tremendously fresh, but she's quite a bit fresher than the 2 that remain. So lots of rib, good look from the side, nice female there to be second, a real logical way to go there too. It's a little closer here between 3 and 4. I think the heifer that's third's got a little more look. She's a little neater in her front end. Again, these are 2 that could move a little better. Heifer's got a little more substance to her perhaps, but she's also pushing plenty of condition. I'd like to change her udder a little bit if we could.
Ring, your results from Class 52, Horned Junior Yearling Females. First place, congratulations to entry 5839, Hawk Praya 11M ET, exhibited by Ty Pezanowski of Peru, Illinois. Second place went to entry 5845, Ha BACC Tiana 407M ET, exhibited by Maddie Jenkins of Athens, Texas. Third place went to back number 5838, Carter and Kaylin Chambers of Blanchard, Oklahoma. And fourth place, entry 5847, exhibited by Bria Herndon and Brianna Herndon of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Up next, be looking for Class 53, Horned Junior Yearling Females.
interesting pair of heifers here as we get later classes. These are Januaries and horned heifers, and we don't want to detract from the third place heifer, but it's a really good pair that are really very different in their kinds, and their advantages versus each other are pretty striking and vast. And so you look at the heifer that we landed on to win, I think she's really unique in the way that she can combine that amount of muscle shape, have a nice phenotype. She's really good on paper in terms of her data. And so she's really a unique heifer in a lot of ways. Both these heifers I would tweak a little structurally. She toes in just a little bit as she goes away, and she kind of could be freed up a little more there in her rear too. As we look at her comparison to the second place heifer, she's clearly not as deep-sided. And this heifer's got plenty of condition that's in second, but the heifer in first got plenty of condition as well. And so that's one thing I'd like to change about her as well, and that's one thing that's a huge advantage for this heifer is her depth of body or depth of rib. She's better neck, she's more attractive, and she's really good in her lines. As she guts out and goes, she wants to dip in her loin a little bit. Again, she's a little short-strided as well, but a heifer that gets that tail head up a little more, and she has certainly the disadvantage in terms of muscle. So those are two really good heifers. They're two different heifers. They're two interesting females and make for a really interesting pair to sort because they're not very similar. Heifer here, we'd like to change her udder and give her a little more look to compete today.
Back over in the Hereford ring, your results for Class 53, Horn Junior Yearling Females. First place, congratulations to entry 5853, CPRH Jolene 4231 ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Second place went to back number 5851, Wildcat Overtone 4061 ET, exhibited by Brianna Brooke and Elena Awe of Auburndale, Wisconsin. And third place in that class went to back number 5852, exhibited by Gracie Gist of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. This time we'll select your champion and reserved junior yearling female in the horn division.
We got a nice division here as we get back out in our junior yearlings here, and a heifer that wins the first class that, this is a good female. We've talked a lot about structure the last 2 days, and she's very, very good in that regard. She can get around and go so well. She's got some muscle. She's got tons of body. She's correct in her makeup. Her udder suits us well. She does a lot of good things on paper. She's pretty balanced there. She's got a lot of marbling. She's got a lot of CHB and carcass weight, and so that's a really nice female. There was a nice second place heifer in there. Talked pretty extensively about an interesting pair of kind of contrasting females in that second class. We opted for this really stout female in terms of muscle that's really unique on paper, that's deep enough, has enough look for us, even though that there's a heifer that's deeper and more attractive as in second. But that being said, it's tough to not use this heifer that wins the first class. We'll use the heifer that wins the second class to be reserved.
And congratulations, your horned champion junior yearling female goes to entry 5839, Hawk Praya 11 MET, exhibited by Ty Pezanoski of Peru, Illinois. And your horned reserve champion junior female went to entry 5853, CPRH Jolene 4231 ET, exhibited by Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll be looking for Class 54 polled senior yearling females.
Here in our senior yearling division, just a single entry, and a deserving division champion here and class winner. That appreciate how well she's calved up on time. It's a middle of September calf on a middle of October heifer, so we like the fertility there in that female. Milking pretty nice. We'd neaten her udder up a little bit if we could, but this cow's correct in her line. She's got a bull calf here that's coming along, so good pair. Congratulations on your division championship.
Your results from Class 54 polled senior yearling females. First place and your division champion from that division goes to entry 5742, RMB HO86 Southern Belle 387 LET, exhibited by Mitchell Ranches of Boswell, Oklahoma. Up next, be looking for Class 55 polled cow-calf pairs.
division here and just 2 entries, so this will be a champion reserve and first and second in this class. But the older cow is the one that suits us a little better in terms of raising a little calf that we like a little better. There's a little neater udder there. It's not perfect, but there's more milk flow. Cow, that a little more to her in terms of body shape. She does have the advantage of being a little older cow, but I think there's quite a bit of a quality advantage from both the cow and the calf. Cow that comes next is younger. So, those 2-year-olds are kind of always tough, but she needs some more milk. Calf's a decent calf here, but, could be just a little bit more performance. We'd just like to neaten her udder up, give her a little more durability, change her head if we could. Congratulations to those 2 champion reserve in that division.
Your results from Class 55, polled cow-calf pairs. First place and your champion out of this division went to entry 5746, MCM 173D Candy 004HET, exhibited by Shingle Oaks Polled Herefords of Waterloo, Illinois. Second place and your reserve out of this division went to entry 5743, Purple HB Betsy 129K, exhibited by Haley Ferguson of Windsor, Missouri. This time, we've got Class 56 horned cow-calf pairs entering the ring. Right after this class, we will move into our polled and horned Hereford drives.
And our horned cow pairs, and a little older cow here, but 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, I guess, whatever year this is. But like to neaten her udder up some if we could, and change her some from a balance standpoint. But she's raising a bull calf here. It's doing all right. Nice female there. Congratulations on your division champion.
Your results from Class 56, first place, and your champion out of this division went to entry 5857, Eden's Miss Purple Sophie 4J, exhibited by Haley B. Ferguson of Windsor, Missouri. Here in just a few minutes, we will get started with your polled and horned female drives in the Hereford ring. We'll also be announcing the winner of the 2026 Hereford Herdsman of the Year in between the polled and horned drives. we're going to go ahead and get things started with our polled female drive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and give a great big round of applause for all of our division and reserve division champions that are out here in the ring.
pick our national champion polled female here today at the Cattleman's Congress and get these division winners out here. And it's just fun to see heifers that are this good and do so many good things. And you know, maybe we didn't sort quite as hard on the numbers as we did with the bulls, but they still do a lot of good things on paper. And just such a tremendous lineup of females from end to end. Our first, 6 divisions, 5 divisions here are just outstanding and just tremendously good females. I'm not going to go through and talk about all these. There's a lot of divisions, a lot of cattle. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me talk. I do like to, when a judge shows, try and be as open and transparent and discuss the cattle as much as I can to give you an idea of what we're thinking out here and the discussions that Nate and I had when we dissected these cattle. And so I think that's been sufficient there. So quick comment. Of course, we got another lineup, but just want to thank my family for being here and everything. My parents have done for me, and my wife does for me, and my kids. It's outstanding to have them here, and hopefully they kind of grasp. They're young enough that hopefully they kind of grasp that their dad isn't a big deal at all, but what a tremendous responsibility and honor and a humbling experience for me personally to be out here and give you my opinion for just I'm not a kid anymore, but from some kid from West Central Minnesota. So I'll let Nate talk a little bit here. He hasn't, he didn't want to talk a ton when I asked him to be my associate, but I think as you viewed yesterday, when he does speak here, he has tremendous insight and tremendous thoughts on what this segment of the industry can look at for things to ponder. So we'll let Nate talk and share a little thought, and I'll show you the one that we like best, and then Nate will show you the one that we like second best. But what a lineup of females. I can't compliment these breeders enough. Congratulations.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank Shane for having me help him today and yesterday. It was a great honor and it was a lot of fun. It's a lot of work too. This is a major mental drain at the end of the day. But first off, I do want to ask that we give these exhibitors a tremendous round of applause for bringing us such a good set of cattle. Just to give you guys a little insight on how we really evaluated these cattle today, right, wrong, or indifferent. When we judged a show growing up, you're supposed to look at the cattle for what they are today, and that's no doubt a fact. But to me, this is a national show, and it's so important that we look at what these cattle are going to do 2 to 3, 4 years from now. There's females standing out in front of us that are going to have an impact on the breed, whether you're in the show ring or whether in your production cycle. And I feel really confident we got some good females in this lineup that you're going to see down the road. You're going to see some influence from, and I think that's so important. We may like them a little more moderate than you do. We may like them a little bit, whatever that is. But I feel our permanent, the structure, the length of body, the overall functionality, I hope you can see that in our lineup. And with that being said, we did leave some very powerful, very stout-made, very correct females that aren't out here either. It was a very deep show, very high quality, and it was just a lot of fun. And with that, I'll turn it over to Shane to select your champion. And thank you again today. And I want to thank my family. They're home running the ranch, and appreciate they allowed me to be here to do this. So with that, thank you.
And congratulations, your grand champion polled female went to Landry Allen of Nakona, Texas with BACC 241, Haley 472. champion polled female went to Nolan Lee of Wellington, Illinois with Hawk Audrey 7MET. Once again, congratulations to all these exhibitors, and let's give them a big round of applause as they exit the arena. Also at this time, we want to recognize the 2026 Hereford Herdsman of the Year. The Hereford Herdsman Award is one of the breed's most respected and coveted honors. It recognizes an individual whose dedication to breeding, managing, and preparing cattle reflects the highest standards of stockmanship. This award is especially meaningful because it is voted on by fellow breeders, making it a true peer recognition of talent, work ethic, and commitment to the Hereford breed. The 2026 Herdsman candidates exemplify those values are Breck Dedman of Innisfail Farm, Diego Dow of Buck Cattle Company, Ethan Moore of Moore Cattle Company, Garrett Post of Hawk Livestock, and Trent Ray of TR Cattle Company. And your 2026 Hereford Herdsman of the Year is Breck Dedman of Innisfail Farms. Breck started his career as herdsman at Innisfail Farm in Madison, Georgia in 2018. The farm runs 150 registered cows and a dynamic embryo transfer program. In 2021, with Breck's help, the farm began a female production sale in conjunction with Mead Cattle. They also market 50 bulls annually through The Source, bull sale, and private treaty. Breck attended Blackhawk East College and Western Illinois University, where he was a member of the livestock judging teams at both institutions. Breck takes care of the day-to-day operations at Innisfail, data collection, show and sale cattle management, chores, and rotational grazing, as well as AI and calving duties. Breck oversees the farm's C-Lock system, adding individual feed conversion data to the list of many measures they record throughout the year. Once again, please join me in giving a great big congratulations to Breck, your 2026 Hereford Herdsman of the Year.
our final drive here of our national show today, and champion horned lineup is just an outstanding group of females here, and there's honestly some options here you could go, and this is a lineup that hits us pretty hard from top to bottom. There's some fun females out here that do a lot of exactly what Nate just said here a little bit ago. But again, don't need to talk about them all again. We've talked about them and given you our thoughts, and feel free to have your own thoughts. And just like Gerald just said over there, there's room for disagreement, and you're not going to offend us one bit, because the quality runs deep, and we don't all have to like the same cattle. Just a couple quick comments from me. This has been a truly humbling experience, a truly enjoyable experience. It's been so much fun to have Nate out here. I've been blessed and fortunate to have to acquire a lot of friends in this business, especially since I went to college and after that time period, and I had a lot of great options of people I could ask to be an associate if I wanted one here for this show. But Nate's, somebody I've known in this business as long as any. And I, obviously I asked him primarily and first and foremost for his opinion out here and to be my associate for just the viewpoints he shared in our champion drives yesterday and today, because I think that's so important. I love showing cattle. I've been involved with it literally my whole life, growing up, and now as I've helped a lot of friends and a lot of people along the way in college and years after, and I've started our junior career a little bit here, and I love comparing cattle, and I think Nate's the same way. But I think the reason I brought him in was for his perspective of bringing in that real world, and we don't want to lose that. It's not the most important thing at a show. We want cattle to be good looking, and that's where I'm going with me saying that I like showing cattle, because I like them to look good just as much as the next guy, but I really want them to try and work and try and meld that together, because I think it's possible. They don't have to be independent segments, and I believe we probably are getting a little segmented in our beef industry or in our seed stock industry on the way we breed cattle, whether we breed them strictly for the highest numbers or strictly for the coolest show cattle or strictly for the just low maintenance functional ones. And I think it's possible to meld all those things together. It's not easy. It always takes time and special ones to put a lot of traits together, but that's what we've tried to find, and that's what the primary focus that I brought Nate in to help me with, and I think he's expressed those viewpoints so well. The other reason I brought him, and I mentioned this not to be about me or us, but I brought him in because, like I just mentioned, I've known him as long as anybody. Our families have been friends, and our dads have been friends, most of their lives as well. And that's not about us. It's about all of us in this breed. I think can resonate with that. We've been so fortunate the last 20, 30 years to have outside people come in, and we're so happy to have them and love having them, and they're great people. But we've also always been based on tradition and relationships and family. And I think him and I and his family, my family, being in the business as long as we have and seeing the ups and downs of our breed, it's fun to bring that perspective as well. And there were times when we were kids growing up that it wasn't cool to bring a Hereford to a show or raise Herefords or try to sell Hereford cattle. We've moved past that, and we've made such tremendous improvement in the last 20, 30 years that it's just amazing what we've done with this breed. And as you look at these cattle that we've tried to select, we believe we can keep moving forward, and we have to. And that's our challenge that we give to you, and not to me saying that as a challenge because, I'm not as accomplished as almost all these breeders that come out here. But we can do that as a breed, and we can continue to drive forward. And the amount of turnaround we've made with our breed since the merger, since the early 2000s, is just amazing. And it's so positive, and it's so fun that now this show's amazing. The show in Denver will be amazing. The Hereford breed can do so much in so many ways, and we need to continue to gather market share in the commercial bull market. And again, that's where Nate comes in as a guy that sells bulls in real world ranch country to real world ranchers that make a living in the business. And so we've had so much fun. It's so much fun to come and sort cattle with your friends. That's one of the things since I got to college and developed those friendships that I've loved to do, whether that's standing in a pen of 100 replacement heifers or out in a group of cows looking at them, or here at a show and comparing them, because it's so much fun to discuss and comparing them. And so that's been my experience the last couple days. But again, this isn't about me. This isn't about our family. It's about these breeders. It's about these exhibitors that have made this tremendous group of cattle. This has been a true honor of my lifetime. I'm humbled by it. With that, let's give these guys a big round of applause. We're going to show you the 2 horned females we like best.
And congratulations, your grand champion horned female goes to Ty Pezanoski of Peru, Illinois, with Hawk Praya 11M ET. Their grand champion horned female goes to Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma, with BK Mini Suite 457M. Once again, congratulations to all those Hereford exhibitors, and let's give them a great big round of applause as they exit the arena. Also at this time, we would like to recognize our Premier Breeder and Exhibitor Awards. This year, the Premier Horned Breeder Award goes to TR Cattle Company of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Your polled Premier Breeder of the Year goes to TR Cattle Company of Glencoe, Oklahoma. Your Premier Horned Exhibitor for 2026 goes to GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. And your Premier Polled Exhibitor goes to Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Once again, congratulations to all these exhibitors and breeders.
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.